Away with a 1:89 reaction time. For Matter's going to take the win. He'll run through for an 8:35 with a 9:78 mile an hour through the finish line. Moskovich with some issues there on the start line. Left with a 003 light though. And the car just seemed to flat spot. Went 3.2 seconds to the 60 foot. But certainly picked up some speed at the top end. Went through at 78 miles an hour. Welcome to our viewers on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel and also our Facebook page. So if you're down in the pits and want to keep your eye on racing as well as your ears, jump on either the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel or join us on Facebook. Zach Ruffalo and Cade Fowler. Ruffalo in the aeroflow lane for Sydney Waterscapes. Fowler in the rocket lane for Fowler Freight Transport. Oh, Ruffalo went after the light. 006 red. 146 green for Cade. 8:04 with a 4:79 mile an hour for Ruffalo in the aeroflow lane. And Fowler in the rocket. 8:75 with a 5. 73 miles an hour through the finish line. Taylor Canuli in the rocket lane, running for PC Racing in the Butler built junior dragster. In the side in the aeroflow lane, Jeffrey McNiff running for St Mary's Engines. Looks like our track crew just spotted something there on the racetrack around the 330 foot mark. Pretty unusual for junior dragsters to drop anything on the racing surface. So our officials just scouting out that aeroflow lane. As I said, attention right around the 330 foot mark. A Civil, of course, our major sponsor here for the 2024 junior titles. Sydney Dragways are proudly supported by A Civil, your premier all-in foundation and civil works contractor. A Civil is Australia's leading and most diversified contracting, demolition and civil works provider. With a unique delivery model, A Civil is an industry leader in demolition, excavation, earthworks, remediation and roadworks, and much, much more. If you'd like to find out a little bit more about A Civil, check out their website, acivil.com.au. And if you've got any civil construction work needing to be done, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to look at the job, give you a quote and go from there. Of course, it's fantastic to have A Civil on board as a major supporter for the 2024 junior titles here today at Sydney Dragway. Also supporting the event today, we have Simpson Race Products. They have a wide range of safety products, including gloves, helmets, harness systems, fire suits, head restraints, shoes, and much, much more. The Simpson Race Products trade stand is located near the scrutineering bay. Go and see Greg for all your safety advice or your important safety spares. SCF Race Cars also supporting today's racing. Meet SCF Race Cars, a proud sponsor of the Junior Titles 2024 here at Sydney Dragway. SCF Race Cars specialise in crafting high-performance race cars, pushing the boundaries of innovation to redefine the very essence of racing. SCF Race Cars, where horsepower meets heart and victory becomes a tradition. I like that, Ben. That's actually very good. Of course, Craig Burns and the whole SCF family have been around drag racing here at Sydney Dragway for many years. Craig's two boys came through juniors. Gone on to, of course, race that I think it was the S10 Chevy in Top Sportsman. And of course, we'll see Craig here in action next weekend. The Australian Nationals. Alrighty, welcome back to qualifying here, the 2024 A Civil Junior titles at Sydney Dragway. On track now, we've got Jeffrey McNiff in the St Mary's Engines, backed Junior in the Aeroflow lane, and in the Rocket lane, Taylor Canuli for PC Racing. C Junior Dragster for Taylor. McNiff in the A. McNiff away with a 1:01 reaction time. And he'll run through for an 8:72 at 73 mile an hour. And Canuli in the Rocket lane, 12:48 with a 3, 48 mile an hour. Next up, Alex Rafalo for Sydney Waterscapes, taking on Archie Boscovich. Boscovich in the Rocket lane, running for Liverpool Glass. Die-Cast Mania. And Bosco Autos. Rafalo away with an 069 light. Boscovich with an 038. Rafalo will take the win, 810. 78 mile an hour. To an 892 at 74 for Archie in the Rocket lane there. Next up, we'll have Bailey Tandek for A Civil in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Max Rowling. Running for Rowling Repairs, all the way from Queensland. Tandek with these ignition issues once again. Seems to idle okay, but as soon as he touches the throttle, Georgia lifting in the Rocket lane. And unfortunately, I don't have any details on the driver in the Aeroflow lane at this moment. Lifting's already banked a 9.13 here this afternoon. Living nicely, nearly a 10th upper sleeve with an 0.69 light. Racer in the airflow lane will get there first, 8.13 with a 5. 80.6 through the finish line to a 9.10, 71 mile an hour for Lifting in the rocket there. Again, welcome to all our viewers on the City Dragway official YouTube channel and also the Tracks Facebook page. Hope you enjoy the coverage. Ben's working feverishly over there in the corner. Paul from Queensland, running for STS Speed Shop. Max ECU Australia has already banked an 8.95. Taking on Charlotte Lifting in the rocket lane. She's banked an 8.36. Sorry, 8.38 with the 6. Lifting out first. And it will stay that way through the finish line. 8.37 with a 5. 77 mile an hour. To an 8.89 with a 2. At 71 there for Paul in the aeroflow lane. Junior drag bikes out for their second qualifying round. Burtonshaw showing absolute disregard for his rear tyre. And Jordan in the aeroflow lane doing his very best to match him. I just quietly think that Burtonshaw's been practicing. Once again, the aeroflow lane occupied by Jordan on his Ninja. 300cc Kawasaki running for Managed Fuel Delivery Systems. Burtonshaw for VP Racing. And Devil Designs. Pretty even on the start line. Jordan slightly better in the reaction time, out in front. And he'll run through for a 9.21 at 75 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.65 at 70 mile an hour for Burtonshaw. Next up, Anastasia Lucky on the Yamaha R15 150cc's. She's banked an 11.95 here this afternoon, taking on Lincoln Delios for Apollo Batteries and LA Cycles. Lincoln away nicely with an 0.64 light. Anastasia out in front, 11.66 with a 2. At 55 mile an hour through the finish line. And Lincoln at 12.90 with a 9, 48 mile an hour. Back into cars now. Tegan Smith taking on Piper Bennett. Bennett in the Stratusform Junior for TequilaSunrise.com. 8 crew designs. Stratusform Consulting. Smith in the Aeroflow lane, running for JM Auto Repairs and Liquid Clothing. Lucas Oils and APM also helping out Smith. .013 on the tree for Bennett. Nice reaction time. And runs on through for an 8.19 with a 6.79 mile an hour through the finish line. Smith in the Aeroflow lane, 8.10, 79. Bearing out, Zane Condello moving over to the Aeroflow lane. It's banked an 8.30. Dakota Bray in the Rocket lane. Running for Smith Transport. He's qualified 6th so far with an 8.09. .033 on the tree for Condello. .804 with a 180.9 mile an hour for Bray to take the win there. Just wondering whether that will move Dakota up in the qualifying order. 8.24 with a 3 for Condello, also improving. Vaya McDougall, running for SVO Transport and Towing, and 1320 Motorsports. Taking on Tamika Carslake. .003 on the tree for McDougall. Very nice reaction time. Carslake will get there first there. 8.69 with an 8.72 through the finish line. And an 8.98 with a 1. For McDougall in the Aeroflow lane. Up Daniel Carabalat, Lightstream Electrical. Daniel's banked an 8.88. Taking on Savannah Condello. Condello has gone as fast as an 8.13 with a 4. Jello with an 0.86 on the tree. And runs on through for an 8.0, a 9 with a 7. 83 mile an hour. 8.77 with a 1 for Carabalat. Next up, Chase Carslake. The cheaper skips at Brisbane. He's run a 780 here today, just a touch too fast. Of course, looking for an 8 flat here in qualifying. He's taking on Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports. Jake over in the rocket lane. He's run an 823. .075 on the tree for McNamara, but Carslake with the performance. He'll get there first. 7.73 with a 0. 81 mile an hour through the finish line. McNamara an 8.24 with a 6. 77 mile an hour. Up on a solo, Jaden Baunersnev. For North Rocks Auto Care. It's banked 12.70. Unfortunately, some issues there for Jaden. Being shut down on the start line. Well, I mean, listening to it, it sounded fine, but obviously something being spotted on the start line there. Alrighty, Daniela Axiak and George Nader on track now. Nader running for Matux Racing. He's banked an 8:09 with a 2. Should be a pretty close race on paper. Axiak with an 8:08. Axiak just going through the pre-race routine. Nader already up in full stage. $1.08 on the tree for Axiak. 0.50 for Nader. Fantastic side-by-side race. Nader with an 8.002. 79 mile an hour through the finish line. And Axiak went 2,000ths quick, 7.99 with an 8. Next up, Taylor Smith from Naminga. For the Mace Family Customs. Northwest Auto Parts and Performance, and Armadale windscreens unfortunately being pushed back from the start line area there. In the rocket lane, Jacob Longo running for MJ Mechanical Repairs. He's run a best so far today of a 9.09 with a 2. Leaves nicely with a 1.42 reaction time. 1.9 to the 60 foot. Runs on through for a 9.09 with a 4. So only 0.02 of a second difference between his 2 qualifying runs there for Jacob. Puts him in good stead for all the racing this afternoon. Makes picking a dial in quite easy when you've only got 0.02 between your 2 runs. All right, back into junior drag bike. And we've got Anastasia Lucky in the aerofoil lane on the Yamaha. Taking on Lincoln Delios on the Honda for LA Cycles and Precision Civil. And also good to see Apollo batteries on board for Lincoln. Lincoln out in front with a 2.28 reaction time. Runs on through for 12.87 with a 4. Just under 50 mile an hour. 12.58 with an 8 at 53. For Lucky in the aerofoil lane. No smoke that time, Ben, for Burtonshaw. North for Jordan in the rocket lane. 103 on the tree for Burtonshaw. Jordan getting right down behind that fairing. 9.17 with a 9, 74 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.58 with a 5 at 70.37 for Burtonshaw. Archie Boscovich on a solo here. Die-Cast Mania, Bosco Autos, Liverpool Glass. Again, some issues on the start line there for Boskovic. 970, 78 mile an hour through the finish line. 012 on the tree. She got a couple of cars here today with some niggling issues. Next bearing out, Liam O'Neill, running for Princey Motorsports and Rusty Media Solutions. Take on Kate Fowler in the Fowler Freight Transport Junior Dragster. Liam's gone as quick as a 12.40 here this morning. Fowler with an 8.75. .093 on the tree for O'Neill, 059 for Fowler. And a 12.52 with a 7 there for O'Neill, 8.68 with a 7, 74 mile an hour for Fowler in the rocket lane. All right, Nixon Canuli and Zane Condello about to have another shot here at the Sydney Dragway 8th mile. Canuli in the aeroflow lane. Has banked an 8.13 earlier today. Condello an 8.24 and an 8.30. Oh, 2.8 red there for Condello. Nixon went a fair bit early with a 160. 8.20 with a 3 for Canuli, got there first to an 8.29 with a 0 for Condello in the rocket lane. So Condello's runs his quickest at 8.24 and 2 runs pretty close. 8.29 and 8.30, I think it was. Next up, Carl Schulz and Tegan Smith. Smith in the rocket lane this time around. Running for JM Auto Repairs at Liquid Clothing, Lucas Oils and APM. Qualified so far with an 8.10. Schulz in the aeroflow lane. His best run so far, an 8.15. Oh, 001 on the tree for Schulz. To an 0.49 for Smith. 8.05 with a 1. 81 mile an hour for the Queensland racer. And Smith an 8.11 with a 5. 79 mile an hour through the finish line. It's around about a 10th between those two across the finish line. 001 on the tree for Carl Schulz. Dakota Bray and Alex Rafalo now. Bray in the aeroflow lane. Running for Smith Transport. He's qualified 5th so far with an 8.04. Rafalo in the rocket lane. He's back in 10th with an 8.10. Running for Sydney Waterscapes. A glorious day out there here in Western Sydney. Of course, welcome to all our viewers on the YouTube, Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel, and of course, Facebook. 0.16 on the tree for Bray, and Dakota will run on through first. 7.99 with a 3, 81 mile an hour to an 8.07. 79 mile an hour there for Rafalo. Just over a 10th of a second between those two on the finish line. Benjamin Attard on the start line now. In the rocket lane. Benjamin leaving there with a 5.52 reaction time. Going through some licensing here today. Charlotte Leifting and Nalia Paul. Some issues in the fire-up box there for Paul in the rocket lane. Unfortunately, the car being pushed back. Leifting on the solo. Running for Speed Flow products and Ice Slushy. .049 red on the tree for Leifting on this pass. Won't affect the ET at the other end. 8.34 with a 9, 77 miles an hour through the finish line. It's her fastest pass of the day so far. Next up, Georgia Leifting and Savannah Condello. Savannah in the rocket lane. Condello's best pass. An 8.09 with the 7. 0.30 on the tree for Leifting. Left with the whole shot, but Condello will get out in front and runs through for an 8.11 with a 9. 82 mile an hour through the finish line to a 9.01 with a 6. 71 mile an hour there for Leifting in the aeroflow lane. Max Rolling from Queensland in the aeroflow lane. Rowling taking on Bailey Tandek in the A7 Junior. I think Bailey's car doesn't look like it's wanting to fire down there in the startup box. Is the one that's had some issues as soon as he touches the throttle. Car looking really, really good in the daylight down there. Unfortunately, it looks like the issues will continue for Bailey. Max will go through on the solo. Rolling will run through for a 8.17 with a 1. 79 miles an hour through the finish line. Next up, we'll have Jake McNamara and Nevaeh McDowell. Nevaeh all the way down from Queensland, running for SVO Transport and Towing and 1320 Motorsports. McNamara from Fairfield in Sydney's West, running for Princey Motorsports and of course Fine Line Motorsports as well. .008 on the tree for McNamara, out of there. And we'll get through the finish line first. An 8.2.3 with a 3, 77 mile an hour through the finish line. Backs up his 8.2.3 with a 0 from earlier today. And McDougal ran through for an 8.97 with a 3, 72 mile an hour through the finish line. Georgie DeCarlos running for Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports, Plasma Man, and Brick and Go bricklaying. DeCarlos in the airflow lane. Taking on Elijah Matter for A-Civil. Oh, DeCarlos was. Looks like Matter's been shut down on the rocket lane. Carlos into full stage now. The tree will count down on a solo. 12.48 with a 4. His best run so far today. .12.19 with an 8.53 mile an hour. It's a fair step up in the performance there. Weather conditions obviously that car likes the heat of the day. But a 12.19 with an 8.53 mile an hour through the finish line. All right, on the start line we have Chase, Karslake and Daniela Axiak. Karslake running for cheapest skips out of Brisbane. 0.99 on the tree. Axiak with an 0.29. Good side-by-side race. 8.00 with a 4 for Karslake, 75 mile an hour. Axiak an 8.07 with a 1 at 81 mile an hour through the finish line. I think Karslake might have been on the anchors there. But 8.00 with a 4. For those of you that are curious about the weather, Ben, my production manager over here, has handed me his phone, and according to his weather app, we're sitting at 816 density altitude in meters, that is, not feet, I'll just clarify. 30.5 degrees Celsius and relative humidity 31%. Another good pass there for Jacob Longo in the aeroflow lane. 9.10 with a 0, backing up his 9.09 with a 2. Carabalat in the rocket lane runs on through for an 8.79 with a 3, backing up his 8.77. I reckon Longo's making a pretty easy job of himself for a dial-in. All right, Archie Boscovich out for another pass in the Diecast Mania Junior. Oh, again, sounding not great, idling-ish. Now, that car's had a fairly big, I'll use the term flat spot on the hit of the throttle, and then just after the 60-foot comes alive. Still running on through for a 78 mile an hour pass on the previous runs, but it's about 3 odd seconds to the 60-foot. .2 to the 60 this time around, again with the flat spot. Runs on through for an 8.74 with a 0, 77 mile an hour through the finish line. Tamika Carslake in the airflow lane. Taking on Neela Paul. Paul in the rocket lane. Had some issues on the last pass, but got the car running this time. Neela's banked a 889 with a 2. The quickest pass of the day for Neela. Tamika's quickest, 869 with a 7. .044 red for Carslake in the airflow lane. 866 with a 2, 73 mile an hour through the finish line. Paul in the rocket lane runs on through for an 884 with a 5, 71 mile an hour through the finish line. Ben's making me laugh up here with some comments on the Sydney Dragway official YouTube channel. Looks like we're getting it back in to junior drag bikes. Lincoln Delios in the aeroflow lane, taking on Anastasia Lucky. 205 on the tree for Lincoln this time around. 145 for Lucky on the Yamaha. Lucky out in front, and 11.70 with a 9. 56 mile an hour through the finish line. And Lincoln in the aeroflow lane there. 12.88 with a 2. So his quickest pass of the day so far. On the Honda, we've got 2 Kawasaki's, a Yamaha, and a Honda. See Michael down there in the burnout box. You thought you were going home clean today. You weren't thinking you want to get covered in tyre smoke. At least your shirt's black. So we've got Joshua Burtonshaw in the rocket lane, taking on Adam Jordan in the aeroflow lane. Jordan for managed fuel delivery systems goes 185 on the start line and runs on through for a 916 with a 7, 74 mile an hour through the finish line to a 962 with a 6 at 70 mile an hour there for Burtonshaw in the rocket lane. So Jordan's some 4/10 quicker on that pass. Or so you should say the margin of victory, of course, around about 4/10 of a second. Of course, today's junior titles for 2024 here at Sydney Dragway brought to us by A Civil. Sydney Dragway is proudly supported by A Civil, your premier ally in foundation civil works. A Civil is Australia's leading and most diversified contracting, demolition and civil works provider. With their unique delivery model, A Civil is an industry leader in demolition, excavation, earthworks, remediation, roadworks and much more. Please visit acivil.com.au for more information. Of course, Simpson Race Products also supporting today's racing here at Sydney Dragway. Simpson Race Products supplies a wide range of safety product, including gloves, helmets, harness systems, driving suits, head restraints, shoes, and much, much more. The Simpson Race Products trade stand is located at the rear of the scrutineering bay. See Greg for your safety advice and important safety spares. Simpson is also a race partner for Sydney Dragway. Another sponsor for today's racing, SCF Race Cars. Meet SCF Race Cars, a proud sponsor of the Junior Titles 2024. SCF Race Cars specialises in crafting performance race cars, pushing the boundaries of innovation to redefine the very essence of racing. SCF Race Cars, where horsepower meets heart and victory becomes tradition. All right, looks like we're going to have our photo shoot out on the Burnout pad. So could all drivers bring their vehicles and themselves, of course, to the Burnout pad. Going to take the traditional all-in-one photo. All right, George Takalis and Jaden Balnasev doing battle here. 12-10 the dial in for Takalis. He'll take the win, goes a 12-2-0 with an 8, 53 mile an hour. And Jaden Balnasev goes a little bit too fast, goes 12.48 with a 5 on his 12.50. Takalis got there first, courtesy of a better reaction time. And he'll take the win. Chicago Shootout round number 1. Brought to us by Terra Civil. We got a pro category here for each category within Junior Dragster. And looks like we've got Taylor Candooley firing up in the aeroflow lane. Now trying to, and in the rocket lane, we've got Liam O'Neill. All right, looks like Taylor's got that win, courtesy of a red light there for O'Neill. Taylor will run through for a 12.25 with a 0. Goes too fast, but the race lost on the start line for O'Neill. All right, moving into Pro Tree Dial Your Own for the B Junior Dragsters, brought to us by the Kenda 660 series. We've got Georgia Leifting taking on Jacob Longo. A 2:47 reaction time for Leifting, 3:94 for Longo. And Leifting takes it, goes at 9:02 with a 4. On an 8.99, got there first by 0.08 of a second. Longo fractionally too fast, just trying to make that that gap up on the start line. Next up, we'll have Cade Fowler and Daniel Carabalat. Carabalat dialed in with an 8.75, running for Lightstream Electrical. Fowler running for Fowler Freight Transport. Carabalat waiting patiently. Fowler, the team just putting the starter in now, not looking to want to fire. Seems to be a number of cars having these issues firing up this afternoon. First race back, maybe they just don't want to go. That's a good point, Ben. There was the NDRC round at the Bend in Adelaide last week. Fowler got the car fired. Will probably be a little bit rushed up to the start line, but Carabalite waiting very patiently. 8.69 the dial in for Fowler in the airflow lane. 8.75 the dial in for Carabalite, so not too much in this one. Going to be all but heads up off the start line. The Rocket Lane will leave first, 8.75 the dial into an 8.69. $1.64 on the tree for Fowler. Has over a tenth. And converts to a win, 8.76 with a 9 on an 8.69 to take the win. Carabalite an 8.84. With a 6 on an 8.75. Not expecting the reaction times to be lightning fast here, just because the cars just do not react the way that they should on a prairie tree. I think you'd all but have to guess on that light coming down. Trust me, I know. I've tried it many, many years ago and it didn't work. Not for me anyway. Oh no, looks like McDougall having some issues in the burnout box. The car was running. Neela Paul in the aeroflow lane, waiting patiently at the start line. Racing for STS Speed Shop and Max ECU Australia. No, taking the staging beams. We'll go on a solo for Paul in the airflow lane. Had dialed in with an 8.85. And runs on through for a 8.98 with a 2. This one will be close off the start line. We've got Archie Boscovich in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.70. For Liverpool Glass, he's taking on Tamika Carslake. Carslake dialed in with an 8.66. So 400ths of a second. Boscovich to leave first in the aeroflow lane. Carslake with a better reaction time, 1.62 on the tree. Boscovich with a bit of work to do. I think Carslake's in front and takes the win, 8.74 with a 4, 72 mile an hour. Boscovich an 8.83 with a 3. 75. On a solo in the rocket lane, we've got Jacob Schulz now from Corona Downs in Queensland. Running for SCG Racing Parts. Dialed in with an 8.64. Well, that car at Shaw's not happy off the start line. And runs on through for a 9.62. Only 67 mile an hour. I dialed in with an 8.64. Barely a second difference there in the ET. At least the team's being given plenty of opportunity to test different things today if they choose. Number of different categories to race in, classes to run in, opportunities to take home a trophy for the event. Looks like we're moving into Dial Your Own Pro Tree for the A junior category now. Brought to us by SCF Race Cars. 26 cars in this group. Max Rowling in the airflow line, dialed in with an 815, away with a 406 light, taking on Chase Carslake. And Carslake takes it, goes 810 with a 1 on a 795. Got there by around about a 10th of a second. Carshalls now from Corona Downs, dialed in with an 804, taking on Alex Ruffalo, dialed in with an 806. Ruffalo from Vineyard out near the Hawkesbury. Pretty experienced racer now in this blue junior dragster in the rocket lane. Probably won't pick the difference on the tree between the two. The 2-1-1, the better of the reaction times for Ruffalo. And he runs through for the win. 810 with a 4. Schulz slightly closer to the dial-in, but just gave away a little bit more on the start line. 500ths the margin across the finish line. Next pairing out, we've got Charlotte Leifting, dialed in with an 834. She's in the airflow lane, taking on Taylor Smith. Smith in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 820. So she will have to chase by 0.14 of a second. .206 light for Leifting. And I don't think Smith is going to catch her, no. 835 with a 3, 77 mile an hour across the finish line for Leifting to take the win, to an 824 for Smith. .79 mile an hour through the finish line. Pair of local racers now on the start line. Zane Condello in the airflow lane, taking on Jeffrey McNiff in the rocket lane. Condello goes in deep stage. Just trying to get that best reaction time that he can. So 8.29 for Condello, the dial in. 8.56 the dial in for McNiff. 0.42 on the tree for Condello. And takes the win. 8.46 with a 9 on an 8.29 dial in. McNiff 8.60 on an 8.56. Next up, we'll have Dakota Bray in the airfoil lane, dialed in with a 7.99. Dakota will take on Piper Bennett. Piper in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.19, so near enough to 0.2 of a second. Head start going to the rocket lane. Bray goes in deep. 2.16 on the tree for Dakota. 2.73 for Bennett. And Dakota takes the win, 8.07 with a 9, 81 mile an hour on a 7.99. And Bennett runs on through for an 8.22 on an 8.18. Margin just over 100th of a second between those two on the finish line. Next bearing out will be Daniela Axiak and Tegan Smith. Danielle dialed in with a 7.98. Smith with an 8.12. So Smith in the rocket lane will leave first. .180 on the tree for Smith. Big hole shot advantage over Axiak. And Smith got there first, but went too fast. 8.103 on an 8.12. Handing the win back to Axiak, who went 8.05 with a 3 on a 7.98. Axiak will take the win points. Bring out Jake McNamara in the airfoil lane, dialed in with an 8.23, taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah with an 8.12 dial in. So 0.11 of a second between these two. McNamara to leave first. 2:22 light for McNamara, 1:59 for Condello. And McNamara goes closer to the dial-in. 8:24 with a 1 on an 8:23 to take the win. Margin of victory, 95 ten-thousandths of a second across the finish line. Next pairing, Nixon Canuli dialed in with an 8:20, taking on Brianna Boscovich, dialed in with an 8:50. Boscovich car definitely sounding better on the launch, I think, from up here. Canuli all the way down from Hope Island in Queensland. It's a fantastic contingent of Queensland races down here this weekend. And Canuli takes the win. Takes the win points, 8:32 with a 9 on an 8:20. A bit of a difference there in the reaction time. Oh, heads up for the, head-to-head battle for the A Civil Juniors. Bailey Tandak in the airflow lane. Dialed in with an 8:30. Taking on Elijah Matter. Matter in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8:23. Tendek's car sounding a little bit better, but still that sounds like it had that slight hesitation on the test launch there. Those earlier runs was almost like as soon as he touched the throttle, it almost went into a two-step. So Tandak in the airflow lane to lead first. Gets a much better reaction time, but the car stumbles. Must be frustrating because these cars are usually very reliable. Matter runs on through 8:37 with a 5. 79 mile an hour. George Nader goes through on the solo. 8:04 with a 9. 77 miles an hour on the nose. Running for Matooks Racing. Nice pass for George and the team. Benjamin Addard going through for some licensing passes here today. 10:37 with a 6, only 42 mile an hour. G'day Yvonne, I hope you're having a nice afternoon here at Sydney Dragway. With Zach, wishing you all the very best for all the different categories you'll be racing in this afternoon. Of course, we have multiple styles of racing. Of course, today all about junior dragsters and junior drag bikes. Moving into junior drag bike, their first round. Brought to us by Gallagher Services. Chicago Shootout. Adam Jordan in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Anastasia Lucky. Lucky away with a 181 reaction time. Jordan with a 298. And ended up getting around Anastasia. 9:39 with a 3. 74 mile an hour there for Adam. Delios taking on Joshua Burtonshaw. Burtonshaw with the better reaction time on the start line, 3:36. Chasing down Lincoln. And Lincoln got there first by 11/10,000ths of a second, but went too fast. Oh, you could all but taste that victory, and it just got snatched away right at the very last moment. So Burtonshaw, your winner there, 9:63 with an 8 on a 9:58 dial-in. All right, I think that concludes the first round of the Chicago Shootout Pro Treat Dial Your Own for all of our categories. We're going into round number 2 very, very shortly. Thank you for joining us here at the A-Civil Junior Titles here at Sydney Dragway for 2024. We'll be back with you very, very shortly. All right, Chicago Shootout, round number 2 on the Pro Tree, brought to us by Terra Civil. And we've got Liam O'Neill and George Takalis on the start line. O'Neill will leave first with a 12.40 dial in. Takalis with a 12.10. O'Neill with a 4.60 on the tree. Takalis with a little bit of work to do here. I don't think he's going to catch him from there unless O'Neill goes too quick. And that's exactly what's happened, unfortunately. A 12.160 on a 12.40 for O'Neill. Takalis will take the win. He too breaks out. But O'Neill had already done so. Alrighty, Talon Canuli dialed in with a 12.18 in the PC Racing Junior Dragster. Taking on Jaden Boundasev. .12.40 the dial in for Bausanev in the rocket lane. .284 on the tree for Canuli. Should have this one in the bag. And was very lucky there. Got there first by nearly half a second, but Jaden went further under the dial in, handing the win back to Canuli. And Canuli takes the win. Moving into round number 2 of the Pro Series Chicago Shootout for B Junior Dragster now. Brought to us by the Kenda 660 Series. If you love your radial racing, big horsepower, big cars, quick cars over the 8th mile, check out the Kenda 660 series. And I'm sure they'll be here at Sydney Dragway pretty soon. Neela Paul in the aeroflow lane gets away with a 2.67 reaction time. Jacob Longo with a 1.14 has a little bit up his sleeve, dialed in with an 8.05. Longo takes the win, goes 9.11 with a 5 on a 9.05 dial in. Neela Paul a 9.00 with a 5. Jacob got there around about 2.5 tenths of a second. Georgia Leifting in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 9 flat. Taking on Tamika Carslake in the rocket lane. Tamika dialed in with an 8.69, running for Cheaper Skips in Brizzy. Carslake with a 2.74 reaction time, the better of the two. And takes the win on a double breakout. Carslake got there first, but went under by the least. Leafting at 8.94 with a 3 on a 9.0. Next up, Kate Fowler in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 8.74. In beside Daniel Caraballat from Maryland, dialed in with an 8.80. So only 600ths of a second between these two on the start line. Caraballat to leave first and will be chased by Fowler. .185 on the tree for Fowler. Should see the win appear in Cade's lane, but went too fast. 8.64 with a 2 on an 8.74 dial-in. Caraballat also went under the dial-in, but by the least takes the win. Next up, Archie Boscovich for Liverpool Glass, dialed in with an 8.80. Archie in the airflow lane, taking on Jacob Schulz. Schulz from Corona Downs in Queensland in the rocket lane. Dialed in with an 8.70, so exactly a 10th between them. Archie will leave first. Archie deep in staging. 205 on the tree has gotten him a small advantage over Schulz in the rocket lane. And Archie takes the win, 8.85 with a 4. 74 mile an hour through the finish line. Schulz a 9.16 with a 6.64 on his 8.70. All right, George Nader and Alex Ruffalo now. Nader in the aeroflow lane, running for Matux Racing. Dialed in with a 7.97. Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.05. Running for City Waterscapes. Well, 191 on the tree for Ruffalo. Has the advantage here. And takes it. Goes 8.08 with a 2. 600ths of a second across the finish line. 8.04 with a 6 for Nader. Pretty good race from both competitors there. As I said, just over 600ths of a second across the finish line. Next up, Zane Condello. Dialed in with an 8.30. Taking on Charlotte Leifting in the rocket lane. Leifting dialed in with an 8.34. .054 on the tree for Condello. That's 2 O lights in a row. He's got this pro tree stuff sorted. Takes the win. 8.37 with a 3. 75 mile an hour through the finish line. Leifting had to break out to try and pin back that difference on the start line. She gave away nearly a 10th. Margin of victory just over 100th of a second. Next up, another local hit out. Jake McNamara in the aeroflow lane, running for Fine Line Motorsports. Dialed in with an 8.23. He's taking on Jeffrey McNiff. McNiff dialed in with an 8.56. Just pick up a very slight squeal on the McNiff car on the test launch. McNiff with a better reaction time there, takes it through and picks up the W points. 8.58 with a 1 on an 8.56 dial in. McNamara 5 thousandths away from the dial in, but just giving away a little bit too much on the start line. Danielle Axiak dialed in with an 8.03. The Precision Racing Junior Dragster in the aeroflow lane, taking on Savannah Condello. 8.12 the dial in for the rocket lane. The rocket lane will leave first. 100's the difference. 2.41 on the tree for Condello, the better of the two. And she keeps in front the whole run. Takes it by 1/10 of a second. course, the second round of a Junior Dragster Dial Your Own Chicago Shootout, brought to us by SCF Race Cars. On the start line, Piper Bennett running for Stratusform Consulting. 8:22 the dial in the aeroflow lane. Tegan Smith in the rocket lane for Lucas Oils. APM Liquid Clothing and JM Auto Repairs. Bennett gone in deep on the staging. 202 to a 201. 1,000's in the start line. We'll come down to who's closest to the dial in. And Smith takes it, goes 8.13 with a 9, 78 mile an hour through the finish line. 76 ten-thousandths of a second, the margin across the finish line. That was a tight race from the start line to the finish line. Next up, Nixon Canuli. Running for Canuli Motorsports, dialed in with an 8.25. Nixon in the aeroflow lane. Elijah Matter in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.32 in the A-Civil Junior Dragster. Not too much in this one on the start line. 8.25 for Canuli and 8.32 for Matter in the rocket lane. 700ths of a second head start going to the rocket lane. Canuli with a much better reaction time. Has a bunch up the sleeve. 8.33 with a 4. We'll take it. 74 mile an hour. Next pairing up, Taylor Smith from Naminga. 8.23 the dial in the aeroflow lane. Running for Armadale Windscreens, Northwest Parts and Performance, and Mace Family Customs. Taking on Max Rawling. Dialed in with an 8.15 in the rocket lane. Rolling down from Queensland, dialed in with an 8.15, so again, the 800ths of a second head start going to Smith. .139 on the tree for Rolling. Oh, I tell you what, lucky. Rolling got there by 4/10, but broke out. But Smith went under by more, by 27 ten-thousandths of a second more. So Smith also close of taking that one out. But definitely had it pinned trying to make that difference up on the start line. On the start line now, Bailey Tandek. Dialed in with an 8:30. Looks like he's going to be shut down. Unfortunately, the woes with that car have been teasing the team all day. And we'll leave Brianna Boskovic to go through on a solo. Unfortunately, the A-Civil car being pushed back. Boskovic's car not running cleanly. Runs on through for an 865 with a 73 mile an hour. It's still motoring at the top end pretty much for considering the issues that car's having, but unfortunately for Bailey, yet another aborted run. Looks like Dakota Bray is our next car to fire. Going a solo pass in the airflow lane. Running for Smith Transport. Dakota dialing with an 807. This run for Dakota all about testing the dial in, I guess. .261 on the tree. And an 808 with a 481 mile an hour through the finish line. And that's Benjamin Addard out there. Bring some licensing in his B Junior Dragster. This time in the airflow lane. Has gone as quick as a 10:37. .097 on the tree. Not a bad light at all. Just over 2 seconds to the 60. And rolls out of the throttle. Still goes a 10:39 with a 7. Only 43 mile an hour through the finish line. That's the unmistakable scream of a Kawasaki Ninja, wide open in I'm not sure what gear, but Josh putting on a very good smoke show. 9.58 the dial in for Burtonshaw in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Anastasia Lucky on the Yamaha. Lucky dialed in with an 11.50. So Burtonshaw will need to be patient. Anastasia away with an 0.43 light. Burtonshaw gets there first, but goes too fast. Goes 9.51 with a 7 on a 9.58. Handing the win back to Anastasia. Runs through for an 11.96 at 57 mile an hour. Next up, Adam Jordan on the managed fuel delivery systems. Kawasaki Ninja dialed in with a 9.13. He's taking on Lincoln Delios, who's on board the Honda CBR. Lincoln away with a 4.82 light. Jordan very patient there on the start line, gets away with a 3.98 reaction time. Big closing speed here. Don't think he's going to catch Lincoln. Certainly not. Lincoln runs through for a 13.014 on a 13.10 dialing. Got there by 8 tenths, but went too fast. Handing the win back to Jordan. He'll take the win points for the round. This is a rerun from earlier in the round. We've got Chase Carslake for cheaper skips in Brizzy, dialing with a 7.99. Taking on Carl Schulz from Corona Downs in Queensland, dialed in with an 8.04. 147 on the tree for Schulz. Has around 500s up his sleeve. Gets there first, but too fast. 8.00 with a 9 on an 8.04. Handing the win to Carslake. Goes 8.099 on a 7.99. Takes the win. And I think that concludes the second round of the Chicago Shootout. Dyrone Pro Tree. We'll be back with the Chicago Shootout round number 3 in just a few moments. All right, round number 3. Oh, the Junior Dragster Dial Your Own Pro Tree, brought to you by Terra Civil for the C Junior Dragsters. On track now, Jaden Bounaziev dialed in with a 12.28, taking on Liam O'Neill, dialed in with a 12 flat. O'Neill in the rocket lane. Just waiting on Bounaziev to move in. In there now, both into full stage. Bounaziev with a much better reaction time. Out in front at the moment. And it takes the win. 12.28 with a 7 on a 12.28. Only 7 thousandths over. Nice. O'Neill, 12.22 with a 3 on a 12 flat. Next up, Taylor Canuli, dialed in with a 12.10. Running for PC Racing in the Aeroflow lane. Beside is George Takalis, dialed in with a 12 flat. Takalis running for Hume Performance, Mixed Motorsports, Plasma Man, and a Brick and Go, a Brick Lane. Both races into full stage now. A tree will count down for Canuli first. 3.15 on the tree for Canuli. The better of the 2 reaction times. Taylor out in front. And takes the win. 12.16 with a 6 on a 12.10. And Takalis a 12.03 with a 2 there. Moving into the B category class now, of course brought to us by the Kenda 660 series. First pairing out is Tamika Carslake, dialed in with an 8.64 in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Jacob Longo. Longo in the Rocket lane, dialed in with a 9.08. 2.18 on the tree for Longo, 1.67 for Carslake. And Carslake takes the win, 8.66 with a 2 on an 8.64. Longo, 9.09 with a 5, 72 mile an hour through the finish line. Next up, Daniel Karabalat and Archie Boscovich. Karabalat dialed in with an 8.76 in the Aeroflow lane. Boscovich dialed in with an 8.80. Running for Liverpool Glass. In the Rocket lane, Boscovich goes deep. 3.14 on the tree for Boscovich. And takes the win, 8.80 with a 9 on an 8.80. Georgia Lifting dialed in with an 891, taking on Neela Paul. Neela in the rocket lane dialed in with an 891, so heads up race. Almost identical on the reaction times. Paul with a small advantage, but can't convert it to a win. Lifting will take the win with an 891 with a 6. Like Cade Fowler going on a solo run here. 864 the dial in. Max Rolling and Alex Rafalo now rolling, dialed in with a 810 in the airflow lane. Running for rolling repairs. Out of Queensland. Rafalo in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 805. So we'll do the chasing by 0.05 of a second. Qualified with an 810. So obviously feeling the weather conditions might improve a little bit, rolling with a small advantage off the start line. But Rafalo close to the dial-in goes 807 with a 4, 79 mile an hour through the finish line. Got there by just under 0.02 of a second to take the win. Next up, George Nader in the aeroflow lane, running from Tooks Racing, dialed in with a 797. George taking on Charlotte Lifting, dialed in with an 832. Yeah, Lifting takes the win there. 832 with a 1 on an 832. Awesome pass for her. Got the reaction time as well. 180 on the tree. 1,000ths away from that dial-in. Dakota Bray from Griffin, Queensland, running for Smith Transport, dialed in with an 806, taking on Chase Carslake. Carslake in the in the rocket lane, I beg your pardon, dialed in with an 8 flat, 0.06 of a second between the two. Dakota to leave first. And Dakota takes the win there, 8.16 with a 0 on an 8.06 dial-in. Big speed though, just over 80 mile an hour for the Brave machine in the aeroflow lane there. A local hit up now. Zane Condello dialed in with an 8.30. Taking on Brianna Boskovic, dialed in with an 8.50. Boskovic in the rocket lane. Running for Bosco Autos. Condello waiting patiently. Boskovic having a few issues with this car today. Boskovic will be chased by Condello. 0.2 of a second head start going to the Boskovic machine. .072 on the tree for Condello. Takes the win, 8.46 with a 670.97 miles an hour through the finish line. I think Zane's got a bit of a handle on this pro tree stuff. Brianna an 8.61 with a 4 on an 8.50. Next up, Taylor Smith from Naminga, running for Mace Family Customs, dialed in with an 8.23 in the aeroflow lane. Taking on Piper Bennett, dialed in with an 8.26. It's only 0.03 of a second handicap going to the Bennett machine here in the rocket lane. Bennett into deep stage, dropping that top white light out. 1.30 on the tree for Bennett. And runs away with an 8.28 with a 6 on an 8.26 dial in. And Smith not taking the first exit there. All right, the next pair firing into life. We have Savannah Condello dialing with an 8.12 in the aeroflow lane. Savannah taking on Tegan Smith in the rocket lane with an 8.09. Okay, both cars just shut down on the start line there. Not quite sure what the issue is. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here at the A-Civil 2024 Junior Titles at Sydney Dragway. All right, third time's the charm. Savannah Condello dialed in with an 8.12, taking on Tegan Smith, dialed in with an 8.09. 3,000ths in the start line. And Condello takes the win points. 8.15 with a 7. Next pairing, we have Jake McNamara running for Fine Line Motorsports. Started with an 8.23. He's in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Danielle Axiak. Axiak running for Precision Racing. Dialed in with an 8.03. So McNamara with a 0.2 of a second head start. Axiak with a better reaction time. And converts that to a win. Goes 8.04 with a 1 on an 8.03 dial in. McNamara 8.25 with a 6 on an 8.23. Nixon Canuli on the start line for Canuli Motorsports. Dialed in with an 8:25. Leaves with a 1:18 reaction time. And runs on through for an 8:29 with a 5 on an 8:25. Next pairing fires to life. We've got Elijah Matter in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8:32. Taking on Jeffrey McNiff, who's dialed in with an 8:56. A Civil Junior taking on the St Mary's Engines entry. McNiff with a better reaction time, out in front at the moment. And takes the win, gets there first and takes the win. Matter going a little bit too quick, just trying to peg back that difference on the reaction time. Didn't get there. McNiff took the win all on his own. Next car out will be Zach Rafalo in the rocket lane. Nice reaction time there for Zach. 0.98 on the tree. He'll run on through for a 7.98 with an 8 on an 8 flat. All right, so that concludes the rounds for all the Dragster, Pro Tree, Dye your own categories. Now moving into the Gallagher Services Junior Drag Bike Series. And we have our 2 Burnout Masters. I'm blending the 2 sports together here, Ben. All right, Adam Jordan in the aerofoil lane, running for Managed Fuel Delivery Systems, dialed in with a 913, taking on Joshua Burtonshaw in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 950. Burtonshaw with a better reaction time that time around. Will Jordan be able to catch him at the top end? No. 0.72 with a 6 for the margin of victory for Burtonshaw across the finish line. Next pairing is Anastasia Lucky taking on Lincoln Delios. Delios in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 1295. Will be given. 1.15 second head start from Lucky. And a double breakout there. Anastasia got there first in the aeroflow lane, but handing the win back to Delios in the rocket lane, because Lincoln broke out by the least. And he'll take the win points. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're about to get underway with the finals of the Junior Drag Bike Pro Treat Dial Your Own Chicago Shootout. Our top 2 point scorers on the start line, that is Adam Jordan and Josh Burtonshaw. 918 the dial in for Jordan in the airflow lane. Out of East Currajong, Burtonshaw. Out of Albion Park, dialed in with a 955. Burtonshaw with the better reaction time. And Burtonshaw takes it 977 with a 6 on a 955. Jordan a 932 with a 7 on a 918. Burtonshaw got there by just under 0.2 of a second. The junior bike category brought to us by Gulga Services. Fantastic to have them on board for this afternoon's racing. Next up, we're going to move into the C Junior Dragster category, brought to us by Terra Civil. And that race, the final race for that category, will be a run between Talon Canuli and George Takalis. Takalis in the rocket lane, he's dialed in with an 1198. Running for Hume Performance, Mix Motorsports, Plasma Man, and a Brick and Go Bricklaying. 1198 the dial in. And Talon Canuli in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 1210. Running for PC Racing. So Canuli will leave first. Tequila's in at pre-stage. Canuli just been guided up to the start line. Into deep stage for Canuli, looking for that reaction time advantage. Leaves with a 195 light. Canuli with a big advantage on the start line. And takes the win, 12.43 with a 0 on a 12.10 dial in. To Carlos, a 12.12 with a 3 on an 11.98. Moving into the B Junior Dragster category now, brought to us by Kenda 660 Series. The final for this category will be run between Georgia Leafting in the Aeroflow lane for Speed Flow and Ice Slushy. She's dialed in with an 890. In beside Tamika Karslake, who's dialed in with an 864. Karslake threw it away on the start line with the red light. Leafting runs through with an 897 on an 890. Now the final for the A Junior Dragster. Brought to us by SCF Race Cars. Nixon Canuli in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with an 8.25. Taking on Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane. Ruffalo for Sydney Waterscapes. He will be chasing Nixon. .077 on the tree for Canuli. Out in front of Ruffalo. And the Canuli team takes the double. 8.30 with a 4 on an 8.25. Ruffalo will have to settle for runner-up with an 8.12 on an 8.05. Next up, we'll have a licensing pass from Benjamin Adard in the rocket lane. And a 10.05 with a 3, 68 mile an hour there for Benjamin. A little bit of a stumble on the start line, but still getting motoring down the top end of the racetrack. All right, the next series of racing that we'll see should be girls versus boys. Chicago Shootout. There's 49 pairs. So dial your own. Brought to us by Street 20. Of course, it's fantastic to have A Civil on board as the naming rights sponsors here for the 2024 junior titles. City Dragway is proudly supported by A Civil, your premier all-in-one foundation civil works company. A Civil is Australia's leading and most diversified contracting, demolition and civil works provider. With a unique delivery model, A Civil is an industry leader in demolition, excavation, earthworks, remediation and roadworks and much, much more. Please visit our friends at acivil.com.au for more information. Simpson Race Products supplies a wide range of safety product in the way of gloves, helmets, harness systems, driving suits, head restraints, shoes and much more. The Simpson Race Products trade stand is located rear of the scrutineering bay. See Greg there for all your safety advice and your important safety spares. SCF Race Cars, another supporter of the 2024 Junior Dragster titles here at Sydney Dragway. SCF specialises in crafting high-performance race cars, pushing the boundaries of innovation to redefine the very essence of racing. SCF Race Cars, where horsepower meets heart and victory becomes tradition. It's fantastic to have those businesses on board here today for the 2024 Junior titles at Sydney Dragway. We're just marshalling the cars for the next round or style of bracket. Of course, as I said, boys versus girls. Brought to us by Street 20. And we'll be back with you very shortly here at Sydney Dragway. All right, Sportsman Tree, dial your own, boys versus girls. Round number 1, Chicago Shootout. Jaden Balnasev dialed in with a 12.28, taking on a Piper Bennett, dialed in with an 8.23. Bennett in the rocket lane. Balnasev in the aeroflow lane. Bennett with a big reaction time advantage here. They come motoring very well at the top end of the racetrack. She goes too fast, goes 8.20 with a 5 on an 8.23. Handing the win back to Jaden in the aeroflow lane. Jaden takes the first scalp in the Chicago Shootout, boys versus girls. Next pairing, we'll see Taylor Canuli taking on Georgia Leifting. Taylor running for PC Racing. 12.10 the dial in. Georgia in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.92. Taylor again going in to a deep stage, leaving with a 2.13 light. Leifting waiting patiently on the start line. 0.23 on the tree for Georgia. Could hear a feather out of the throttle there. 9.05 with a only 67 miles an hour. Takes the win quite comfortably. Taylor slowing there to a 12.50 on a 12.10. Next pairing out, we see Jacob Longo for MJ Mechanical Repairs taking on Danielle Axiak. A 9.08 dial in for Longo. At 8.02 on the boards for Axiak. Go into pre-stage, just waiting on Axiak. Moving up. Longo will leave first by around about a second. The tree counts down 1.93 to an 0.12. Axiak with a big advantage on the start line. And Axiak takes the win, 8.10 with a 2 on an 8.02 dial in. Longo there, a 9.16 with a 3. Pretty much the difference there was in the reaction time across the finish line. Pairing on the start line, we have Daniel Carabalot and Charlotte Leifting. Carabalot dialed in with an 876 in the airflow lane for Lightstream Electrical. Charlotte Leifting in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 832. .027 on the tree for Daniel in the airflow lane. Has the advantage here and doesn't get there. Leifting drives around, goes 8.3 or 5 with a 1 on an 8.32. Carabalot an 8.90 with a 6 on an 8.76. Next pairing out, we have Cade Fowler in the Fowler Freight Transport Junior Dragster. Dialed in with an 8.62. Taking on Savannah Condello in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.12. So half a second head start going to the Fowler machine. Condello with the red light, 055 red, goes 8.16 with the 2 on at 83 through the finish line. Fowler will take the win points, 8.71 with a 6 on an 8.62. Next pairing out, we have George Nader, running for Matooks Racing. Dialed in with a 7.97 in the airflow lane. Taking on Dakota Bray, who's dialed in with an 8 flat. So absolutely nothing in this off the start line, according to the dial-ins. Bray running for Smith's Transport out of Griffin, Queensland. Nader, an 0.97 red light. Bray will take the win points. 7.99 with a 5 on an 8 flat. Next pairing out, Elijah Matter in the A Civil Junior. Dialed in with an 8.28 in the airflow lane, taking on Tamika Carslake. Tamika in the rocket lane, running for Cheaper Skips out of Brisbane. Dialed in with an 8.68. So 1 light the difference on the Christmas tree. Carslake with a 1.57 red light. Elijah will take the win points here. And runs on through for an 8.32 with a 5 on an 8.28. Next pairing out, we have Jake McNamara and Neela Paul. Neely in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 881. Will be chased by Jake, who's dialed in with an 823. Paul went 0-5-0 red on the start line. McNamara will take the win. 8:28 with a 5:77 miles an hour through the finish line. And Paul there at 8:97 with a 70.68 miles per hour. Next pairing out, we've got a Jacob Schulz and a Tegan Smith doing battle. Schulz with some issues. There's the crew feverishly trying to get something on the carburetor, I think. Looks like they've got it on there now. The carb just about to be refired. Well done to Tegan Smith and the team waiting patiently. So Schulz in the aerofoil lane, dialed in with an 860. Will be chased down by Smith in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with an 804. Both races into pre-stage now. Almost bring the stage lights on together. Jules away with a 1. Oh, there's 1,000ths of a second in the Christmas tree. Jules with that slight advantage. And Smith will take the win, goes 813 with a 3 on an 804 to take the win, 78 mile an hour. Jacob Schulz in the aeroflow lane, 873 with a 1 on an 860. Margin of victory around about 400ths of a second. Zane Condello with the solo pass here. He's going to take on Brianna Boscovich, I think, but unfortunately the car being pushed away.
Lane runs an 8.26 with a 0 on his 8.31 dry lead. Next up, we've got Chase Carslake. From Yamamoto in Queensland, running the Vision Junior Dragster for cheaper skips out of Brisbane. 7.95 the dial-in for Chase. Liam O'Neill in the other side, dialing with a 12.20, running for Rusty Media Solutions and wideopen.com. It's one of Rusty's new podcast channels. Liam also racing for Princey Motorsports. O'Neill went 23 thousandths of a second too soon, leaving the red light there. All right, on track there we have Nixon Canuli dialed in with an 8.27, taking on Carl Schulz in the Rocket Lane. Car running for SGC Racing Parts. Not too much in this one off the start line. Schulz with a small advantage and takes the win, goes 8.01 with a 1 on an 8.0. Takes the win points. Got there by around about 0.05 of a second. All right, Jeffrey McNiff taking on Zach Ruffalo. McNiff in the airflow lane, running for St Mary's Engines, dialed in with an 8.56. Ruffalo in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8 flat. .019 on the tree for McNiff. Nice reaction time for him. 0.49 for Ruffalo. Good side-by-side race. Ruffalo got there first, but went too quick by 29 thousandths of a second. Handing the win back to McNiff, who takes the points with an 8.63. Next up, George Takalis in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 12.08. Takalis taking on Max Rowling Rolling dialed in with an 8.15, so nearly 4 seconds. Rolling will have to wait on the start line here. Rolling, another one of our Queensland competitors, making the trek to Sydney Dragway for today. To Carlos from Wetherill Park, running for Hume Performance. 177 on the tree for Takalis, an 013 red for Rolling. Takalis will take the win points. And runs on through for a 12.17, 53 miles an hour. Rolling in the rocket lane there. An 8.18 with a 5, 79 mile an hour through the finish line. .025 on the tree for Archie in the rocket lane there. Being chased by Rafalo in the Aeroflow. Archie gets there first, but goes too fast. Breaks out 8.78 with a 3 on an 8.80 dial-in. Rafalo to take the win points. 8.11 with a 3 on an 8.09. Benjamin Eddard back on the start line for another licensing pass. Goes sub 2 seconds to the 60 foot. And runs into the 9.1s. 68 mile an hour through the finish line. About to get underway with a junior drag bike. And we've got Adam taking on Anastasia this time. Adam running for Managed Fuel Supply Systems out of East Currajong. Dialed in with no dial in, unfortunately, just yet. There we go, 919 with a 919, the dial in. I think they'll just back out. The computer was not quite set and they'd gone into stage. Both riders very eager to get going. Anastasia away with a 002 light on her Yamaha. 11.65 the dial in. And takes the win by 0.2 of a second. 11.66 with a 3 for Anastasia on an 11.65. Jordan left the line with a 2.85 reaction time. Broke out trying to make up that difference on the start line. Didn't quite get there. And that's Joshua Burtonshaw on board his Kawasaki, running for VP Racing Fuels and Devil Designs. Lincoln Delios running for Apollo Batteries, LA Cycles and Precision Civil aboard the Honda. Josh with an advantage on the start line. I don't know if he's going to catch Lincoln. No, Josh got there first. 9.61 with a 6 on a 9.60 dial in. To take the win points. Lincoln a 12.93 with an 8 at 44. Alrighty, round number 2 of girls versus boys, brought to us by Street 20. Jaden Bounazif dialed in with a 12.28. Taking on Tegan Smith in the rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.04. Bounazif will leave first. 3.15 his reaction time. The car not happy. And Smith sails on past before the 3:30 foot mark. Still runs an 8.11 with a 9.77 miles an hour through the finish line. Next sprang out, George Nader and Danielle Axiak. Axiak running for Precision Racing, 8.02. Her dialing in the rocket lane. We'll be chasing Nader, running for Matux Racing. Axiak, 19 thousandths of a second too soon, bringing that red light on. Nader will take the win points, 8.08 with a 9 on an 8.07. 80.7 mile an hour through the finish line. Axiak, an 8.06 with a 1 on her 8.02. Sprang out Jake McNamara and Georgia lifting, Georgia in the rocket lane, dialed with an 8.97, running for Speed Flow and Ice Slushy. 8.97 the dial in. McNamara will do the chasing with an 8.25 dial in, running for Fine Line Motorsports. In the airflow lane. .044 on the tree for McNamara. Nice reaction time. And takes the win, double breakout. Got there by 0.08 of a second across the finish line. Leafy broke out as well. Up by the furthest margin. Pairing going through their burnout procedures. Tamika Carslake, 8.72 the dial in the airflow lane, taking on Zane Condello in the rocket lane. Zane dialed in with an 8.24. Both races just about fully staged up. Both in there now. Condello to do the chasing. 019 on the tree for the Rocket Lane. Out in front, takes the win, gets there by 600ths. 8:43 with a 0, 70 mile an hour for Condello to take the win. Carslake goes too fast, trying to make up on the start line. 8:71 with a 7 under her dial-in time. Cade Fowler dialed in with an 8:69, running for Fowler Freight Transport. In the aeroflow lane, taking on Charlotte Leafting for Speed Flow and Ice Slushy. Dialed in with an 8:33 in the Rocket Lane. Not too much in the reaction times. Leafting with a small advantage. Takes it to a win. Fowler got there first, but broke out by the larger margin. Handing the win back to Leafting. Next pairing out, Jacob Longo in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 917. Taking on Savannah Condello in the Rocket Lane, dialed in with an 814. So Savannah just over 1 second head start being given to Longo. Longo with a small advantage on the start line. 126 on the tree. But breaks out once again. 907 with a 6 on a 917. Got there first by a 10th, but too fast. Handing the win back to Condello to take the win points with an 815 on her 814. Private Bennett in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 818. Racing for Stratusform Consulting, TequilaSunrise.com, and 8 Crew Designs. Taking on Carl Schulz from Corona Downs in Queensland, running for SCG Racing Parts. Dialed in with an 8 flat, so just under 0.2 of a second head start going to Bennett in the airflow lane. .147 on the tree for Bennett, 0.65 for Schulz. Schulz with an advantage and converts it to a win, goes 8.006 on his 8.00 dial-in. Nice pass for him. Only 6 thousandths over in a total package of 71 thousandths of a second. Bennett, an 8.28 with a 5 at 79 miles an hour. Nixon Canuli dialed in with an 8.30 in the aeroflow lane for Canuli Motorsports. In beside Neela Paul from Queensland, also running for STS Speed Shop and Max ECU Australia. Canuli with 0.14 up the sleeve, running towards the finish line. Takes the win. Gets there first. Paul too fast through the finish line. Just trying to get back in front. Next pairing out, Chase Carslake. Cheaper skips in Brisbane. Dialed in with an 8.03 in the aeroflow lane. Chase taking on Jacob Schulz. Schulz in the rocket lane. Dialed in with an 8.60. Both races just about into full stage now. Carslake will do the chasing. 0.58 to an 0.37. Schulz with a very small advantage. It does not convert to a win. Carslake goes 8.16 with a 9 on an 8.03. Takes the win by 0.03 of a second. Dakota Bray taking on George Tukalis. Bray in the aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 7.99. Of course, running for Smith Transport. Tukalis in the rocket lane, dialed in with a 12.08. So just under 0.41 of a second, 4.1 seconds, I should say. Head start going to the rocket lane. The Hume Performance Junior Dragster will be chased by Bray in the aeroflow lane. Big closing speed difference there for Bray, and takes the win. 8.03 with a 2.81 miles an hour through the finish line. Got there by 0.12 of a second. Tukalis a 12.22 with a 9 at 53 miles an hour. Next pairing will be Liam O'Neill taking on Jeffrey McNiff. Jeffrey in the rocket lane for St Mary's Engines, dialed in with an 8.58.
O'Neill for Princey Motorsports, and Rusty Media Solutions. And of course, Rusty's new podcast, wideopen.com. Anything and everything to do with a motorsport. Liam's dialed in with a 12:20 here. Nice light from McNiff. Got a bunch up his sleeve here. And goes too quick. 8:55 with a 6:76 mile an hour through the finish line. Handing the win back to O'Neill, who takes the win points with a 12:32. Max Rolling taking the solo here. Waiting for rolling repairs. 8:15 the dial in. Away with a 1:67 reaction time. And runs on through for an 8:15 with a 2 on an 8:15. Next pairing, we'll see Zach Ruffalo for Sydney Waterscapes, dialed in with a 7:95. He's in the airflow lane, taking on Bailey Tandek, who's dialed in with an 8:30. Tandek running for A Civil, of course, our major sponsor for the 2024 junior titles. It's fantastic to have A Civil on board here for this event. It's also great to see them behind two junior dragsters as individual sponsors. Tandek's been having a bit of a troublesome day here. That car sounding promising in the test launch there. Let's hope, fingers crossed, that he's got the issues sorted. He and his crew have the issues sorted that have been troubling them. Certainly appears that way. Gets away with a 1:10 light. Does Tandek? He might just take a win here, and he does. 8:47 with a 9:74 miles an hour. Ruffalo, 7:97 with a 2 on a 7:95. 81 miles an hour for him. Elijah Matter for A Civil, the second of the A Civil cars. Dialed in with an 8:30 also, taking on Alex Ruffalo. Ruffalo in the rocket lane. Of course, also running for Sydney Waterscapes from Vineyard out in the Hawkesbury region. 8:09 Ruffalo's dial in.
Matter and Rafalo are both about to complete their staging procedure. Trial countdown for Matter first. Then Rafalo. Rafalo with a small advantage off the start line. And takes the win. 8.13 with a 2, 76 miles an hour. To an 8.32 with a 2 on an 8.30. 0.04 of a second the margin across the finish line. Next car out will be a Benjamin Attard on yet another licensing pass, I believe. Young man from Greystanes, just down the road. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the final of Junior Drag Bike Boys versus Girls Chicago Shootout. We have Joshua Burtonshaw doing his best to smoke out the start line so that I can't see it. And he's dialed in with a 9:55. Of course, in the Aeroflow lane, racing for VP Fuels and Devil Designs. In beside Anastasia Lucky, dialed in with 11:65. On board the Yamaha. R15. Nice light for Anastasia. Nice light from Burtonshaw. Burtonshaw with a very slight advantage, drawing up beside the Yamaha. Got there first, but went too quick, handing the win back to Anastasia, who also went under the dial-in, but Anastasia under by less. Congratulations to that team. They've taken out the boy versus girl round robin or Chicago Shootout for Junior Drag Bike. An 11:59 with a 1 will take it for Anastasia. Thank you to Street 20 for their support of that category. Congratulations to Josh Burtonshaw for taking home the runner-up spot there. 9:47 with a 3 was the time that he went. Really good reaction times from both. An 0.21 on the tree for Burtonshaw to an 0.39 for Lucky in the rocket lane. All right, Junior Dragster, boys versus girl Chicago Shootout Challenge has come down to Dakota Bray in the Aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 7.99 from Griffin in Queensland, taking on a fellow Queenslander, Carl Schultz. Also dialed in with a 7.99. So it'll be heads up off the start line. Both crews stepping away from the cars. Dakota and Carl into pre-stage. 7.99 the dial in for both cars. It'll be a heads-up race. 0.85 to an 0.47. Schulz with the advantage. And takes the win, 8:04 with a 3, 81 mile an hour. 400ths of a second, the margin across the finish line. Schulz takes the win. And Bray, an 8:05 with a 0, 81.3 miles an hour. Congratulations to both those races.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is the welcome sound of the first two cars firing up for the A-Civil Dragster Champion category, which is Sportsmanship, dial your own. This is Eliminations. And our first pair will see Zane Condello dialed in with an 822. He's taking on Zach Grafalo in the Rocket Lane, who's dialed in with a 795. See the big lights here at Sydney Dragway just been switched on. Both races into full stage now. The tree counts down for Condello first. Gets away with an 021 light. Grafalo with a fair bit of work to do at the top end. And Condello takes the win. 837 with a 1 on his 822. At 71 mile an hour. Grafalo a 798 with a 4 on a 795. Next pairing out, we'll see Charlotte Leifting dialed in with an 833 in the Speed Flow Dragster. Of course, in the Aeroflow lane, taking on Daniela Axiak in the Rocket lane. Danielle running for Precision Racing, dialed in with an 802. So 0.3 of a second head start going to Leifting. Axiak, an 013 red light. Should be pretty disappointed with that. Leifting takes the win, moves into the next round. 835 with a 9, 78 mile an hour. And an 013, a red light there for Axiak. Next pair sees Elijah Matter dialed in with an 828 in the A-Civil Junior Dragster. So 828 for Elijah and a 863 for Fowler in the Rocket lane. Fowler with a 074 red light. Handing the win to Matter. We'll move on to the next round. 833 with a 6 on an 828. 79 miles an hour through the finish line. Fowler an 872 with a 5 at 75. Pair out, we'll see Bailey Tandek dialed in with an 830 in the second of the A-Civil cars. This is the Aeroflow lane. Taking on Pippa Bennett. We're in the Rocket lane, running for Stratus Form Consulting, Tequila Sunrise and 8 Crew Designs. So Tandek, unfortunately, being pushed back away from the start line. So Bennett will get the solo. Which is a shame because Bailey's car seemed to run pretty well in the last round of the Chicago shootout. So Piper Bennett through on the solo, 8.25 with a 7.79 miles an hour through the finish line. The next pairing firing into life, we have Dakota Bray in the aeroflow lane for Smith's Transport. Dialed in with an 8.03. All the way down from Griffin in Queensland. Taking on the Fairfield West racer, Jake McNamara for Fine Line Motorsports. Dialed in with an 8.23. Jake will leave the start line first, and Dakota will chase him down. Just waiting on both racers to go through their pre-run routine. McNamara into stage now. He will leave the start line first, and 003 red light. Handing the win to Bray. Runs on through for an 8.04 with a 5 on an 8.03. With an 0.45 light, but McNamara red by 0.03 of a second. Next pair up, we see Jeffrey McNiff from Warrington Downs in the St Mary's Engines Junior Dragster, dialed in with an 8.55. He's in the aeroflow lane. This time around, taking on Archie Boscovich from Kashula in the Liverpool Glass die-cast mania machine.
Archie with an 0.46 red light. McNiff probably pretty lucky there, went 4.80 on the tree. And an 8.61 with a 0 on an 8.55 for McNiff. We'll see him move into round number 2. Next pairing out, we will see Nixon Canuli in the Canuli Motorsports Junior Dragster take on Jacob Longo in the Rocket Lane. Longo racing for MJ Mechanical Repairs. 9.05 the dial in for the racer in the Rocket Lane. Canuli in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with an 8.25. We'll have to wait. .25 seconds. Longo will be well on the way to the 60-foot mark. .094 on the tree for Longo. Canuli, unfortunately, with the red light. And a 9.06 on a 9.05 will take it for Longo. 72 mile an hour. Next pairing out, Savannah Condello, dialed in with an 8.12. She's in the Aeroflow lane this time around, taking on Liam O'Neill, who's in the Rocket lane. O'Neill dialed in with a 12.35. Racing for Rusty Media Solutions, Princey Motorsports, and Rusty's new podcast at wideopen.com. All things motorsport. Condello with a little bit of work to do. O'Neill is out there. And I don't know if Condello's going to get there. No, she did not. O'Neill got there first, but went too quick. Breaks out with a 12.16 with a 1 on a 12.35. Condello, your victor, with an 8.26. Next pairing out, we'll see Jacob Schulz take on Chase Karslake. Karslake dialed in with a 7.99. From Yamamoto in Queensland for cheaper skips out of Brisbane in the Rocket lane. And in beside in the Aeroflow lane, Jacob Schulz from Corona Downs in Queensland. Schulz dialed in with an 8.70. Karslake with the better reaction time. Does not see the win. Schulz much closer to the dial-in. Goes an 8.75 with an 8.70.77 through the finish line. Karslake there, an 8.24 on a 7.99. Next up, we'll see Georgia Leifting in the Speedflow Ice Slushy Machine, dialed in with an 8.87. In the Aeroflow lane, take on Tegan Smith. In the Rocket lane, dialed in with an 8.04. Near enough to 2 lights on the Christmas tree. Head start going to Leafting in the aeroflow lane. Thousandths of a second in the reaction time here. Leafting with the smallest of advantages. But Smith closer to the dial-in goes 8.05 with a 1 on an 8.04. Leafting around about a 10th off, 8.97 on an 8.87. Next pair we see Neela Paul from Queensland in the STS Speed Shop Junior, dialed in at 8.72 in the aeroflow lane. And in the rocket lane we see Carl Schulz dialed in with an 8.03. The second of the Schulz cars from Karana Downs, running for SCG Race Parts. Whoa, the car for Neela Paul all over the shop off the start line. Car took a big dive over to the left. And Schulz will take the win. 8.07 with a 3. 79 miles an hour through the finish line. And a 9.20 for the aeroflow lane. Next up, Taylor Canuli for PC Racing. Dialed in with a 12.26. Taylor taking on Alex Ruffalo in the rocket lane. Ruffalo dialed in with an 8.09. Unfortunately, Canuli left the red light on the start line. Ruffalo gets the win here. Free pass to check that dial in. 8.12 with a 7 on an 8.09. We're about to see a solo pass for Max Rolling from Queensland in the Rollings repairs. Junior Dragster is dialed in with an 8.15. Leaves with an 0.29 light. And runs on through for an 8.21 with the 3. Next up, we'll see Tamika Carslake, Premium Yamamoto in Queensland, dialed in with an 8.68. Nice light for Tamika, no, 8.5 on the tree. And runs on through for an 8.67 with an 8. All right, our number one qualifier. Getting the solo run here in the first round. George Nader. Went 8.002 qualifying this morning. He's dialing a 7.90 right now. Of course, running for Matooks Racing. And George runs on through for an 8.15. Jaden Bowsaniff on the start line now. .493 reaction time for Jaden. He's looking for an 11.90 here. I was just about to say he had some issues, I think, on the last run, and it sounds like they're reoccurring. Car getting to around about the 200-foot mark and then just starting to break down. Benjamin Attard on the start line now in his Series B Junior Dragster. Hails locally from Greystanes. Into full stage now. The car running into the nines, I think, on the last pass. Pretty deep into the nines. And another low 9-second pass, 9.15. 69 mile an hour through the finish line. We're about to get underway with some junior drag bike. Another big strong burnout from Josh Burtonshaw. We're going to have to find out from Father Daniel if he's got a spare tyre at home, because he hasn't got long to get one if he hasn't. And Burtonshaw dialed in with a 9.48 for VP Racing Fuels. In beside Anastasia Lucky in the rocket lane. Oh, Josh has thrown the red light on the start line, 0.16. Went after it. Anastasia scribes up the win points. 11.78 with a 3 on 11.55. Burtonshaw, just to be sure, goes under the dial-in and breaks out as well. Adam Jordan doing his best to warm that rear tyre from East Currajong, running for Managed Fuel Delivery Systems. 9.10 the dial in. Taking on Lincoln Delios. Delios running for LA Cycles, Precision Civil and Apollo Batteries. Dialed in with a 12.90. Lincoln will get away first. 3.18 the reaction time for Lincoln, a 2.87 on the boards for Adam. Lincoln gets there first by a long way, but breaks out 12.84 with a 2 on a 12.90. Handing the win points to Adam. Adam runs on through for 9.73 with an 8. Well, that's round 1 of eliminations run and done for our dragsters. The bikes on a Chicago shootout. We'll be back with you very, very shortly here for round number 2 of the A Civil Junior Dragster titles here at Sydney Dragway. I'll be back with you very shortly.
All right, Lincoln Delios and Joshua Burtonshaw out for their round number 2 battle. Now, I've just been told, I mentioned before, I wonder how many burnouts are left on that tyre. He's already on his second tyre for the day. Apparently, the one that was on the bike when he started, there was only a couple of runs left in it. So they've done the Mercy Dash over to Arndale Park and got it swapped earlier out this morning. Not too much in this one. Burtonshaw with a small advantage on the start line. And he'll take the win. Delios got there first, but too fast once again. 12.58 with a 0 on a 12.80 dial-in. Burtonshaw, he goes to 9.43 with an 8 on a 9.47. All right, Dakota Bray taking on Tegan Smith. Bray in the aeroflow lane, dialed him with an 8.03 once again. Will be a heads-up race. Smith also on an 8.03, running for Liquid Clothing, JM Auto Repairs, Lucas Oils, and 8 PM. Both races into pre-stage. The heads-up race, and Smith with the advantage goes 0.29 on the tree. And Smith takes it, goes 8.09 with a 3 on an 8.03. Elijah Madoff
in the A Civil Junior. Dialed in with an 8.30 in the Aeroflow lane. Taking on George Nader in the Matooks Racing Junior. George dialed in with an 8.13. Matter just edging into pre-stage. Into full stage now. Tree will count down for the Aeroflow lane first. 174 to an 063. Nader with the advantage on the start line. Nader gets there first but breaks out. Matter to take the win. 8.30 with a 5. Next pairing up, we'll see Jacob Longo and Zane Condello. Longo in the Aeroflow lane, dialed in with a 9.04. Condello in the Rocket lane with an 8.22. I'll tell you what, I want a pair of those lights for my car. Have a go at that on the, oh, not seeing it on the big screen because Ben hasn't got that camera up, but certainly very bright. That one there, right there. They don't look that bright on the racing surface. Maybe the angle needs a slight adjustment. 0.59 on the tree for Condello with the advantage and converts that to a win. Goes 0.43 with an 8. Piper Bennett in the Stratusform car, dialed in with an 8.26, taking on Alex Rafalo. Rafalo in the City Waterscapes back junior, dialed in with an 8.09, and he's in the Rocket lane this time around. Side-by-side test launches. Bennett in pre-stage. Rafalo not too far away. Rafalo to chase Bennett. Only 0.03 of a second in the start line. Rafalo with the advantage. And converts to a win. He goes 8.100 on an 8.09 dial-in. Charlotte Leifting in the Aeroflow lane. Racing for speed, flow, and ice slushy. Dialed in with an 8.34. Cars run around that ET all day long. This time around taking on Max Rolling. Rolling in the Rolling Repairs Junior, who's dialed in with an 8.20. He will do the chasing. Leifting with a start line advantage. And takes the win across the finish line. O'Reilly got there first, but broke out. All right, Jeffrey McNiff in the Samaras Engines back junior, dialed in with an 8:57. This time around taking on Carl Schulz in the SCG Racing Parts junior, dialed in with an 8:03. Schulz will have to do the chasing by near enough to 0.6 of a second. McNiff with an 060 light. Out in front of Carl there and takes the win. 864 with a 0 on an 857. With an 06 light. Not a bad package. Next bearing out, Jaden Baunazev. Running for North Rocks Auto Care. 12:28 the dial in for Jaden this time around. Taking on Tamika Carslake, who's racing for Cheaper Skip Bins of Brisbane. 8:65 the dial in for Tamika. Tamika with the advantage off the start line. She got there first, but broke out, handing the win back to Jaden. 12:39 with a 4 on the 12:38. Yeah, Jaden will take the win, move into the next round. Next pair up, Jacob Schulz in the Aeroflow lane this time around, dialed in with an 870. Taking on Savannah Condello. Savannah dialed in with an 814. So Condello will do the chasing by near enough to 0.6 of a second here. The Schulz machine will be well on its way. But an 090 light from Condello certainly going to help a cause. And it takes the win. Goes 820 on an 814. Schulz much closer to the dial-in, but just a little bit late on the start line. Benjamin Allard back out on the start line once again. This little machine running pretty well today. Sounded like it just developed a little bit of a miss there. Yep, Benjamin doing the right thing, rolling out of the throttle. Mind you, it still goes 10.04. Back into our motorbikes. And we've got Anastasia Lucky in the aeroflow lane. Running for 666 Racing Custom. Dialed in with an 11.65. She's left a 1.15 red light. Lincoln Delios will take the win here. Dialed in with a 12.80. Runs a 12.66. Now these things would have kilometre odometers in them, I'm guessing. I wonder why Josh's bike has done 4,000 more kilometres than than Adam Jordan's machine, and Adam's been doing pretty good burnouts as well. I'm guessing that the odometer is picked up on the rear wheel. $9.10 the dial in for Adam in the aeroflow lane. $9.42 for Burtonshaw. $0.75 light for Burtonshaw. Good lead for him. He is out of there. I don't think Adam Jordan's going to catch him. He didn't catch him by a long way, but Burtonshaw went too fast. Adam Jordan will take the win with a 9.31 on his 9.10. Burtonshaw 9.36 with a 6. A little bit too quick for his 9.42 dial in.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving into round number 3 of eliminations here at the A-Civil Junior Titles for 2024 at Sydney Dragway. We've got Charlotte Leifting in the airflow lane, dialed in with an 8:35, taking on Tegan Smith. Dialed in with an 8:08. Tegan in the rocket lane. Charlotte in the airflow lane. Both lady racers into full stage. The tree counts down. Smith with the advantage on the start line by around about 1/10 of a second. And Smith takes the win, 8:15 with a 7.79 miles an hour through the finish line. And an 8:44 with a 4 for Leifting. Next pairing fires to life. We've got Zane Cordello in the airflow lane. He's dialed in 8:23. In the maroon coloured dragster. And in the rocket lane, in the blue coloured dragster, we've got Alex Rafalo, dialed in with an 8:06. I think from memory, Zane went out in the semi-finals of the recent NDRC round in the Bend last week. So coming off a fair bit of racing recently. So an 8:23 will leave first. The aeroflow lane will be chased by Rafalo in the rocket lane. .071 on the tree for Condello. 1:13 for Rafalo. And Rafalo drives around him, goes 8:10 with a 0 on an 8:06 to take the win. The margin, 0.02 of a second across the finish line. Next pairing going through their burnout procedure, we have Elijah Matta in the A-Civil Junior. 8:30 the dial in for Elijah. 8:58 the dial in for Jeffrey McNiff. In the St Mary's engines, back to JD in the rocket lane. McNiff into full stage now. 0.22 on the tree for McNiff. A nice light for him. Matter with a little bit of work to do. And McNiff takes the victory. 8.63 with a 4. 75 mile an hour through the finish line. Elijah, unfortunately out of competition. Jaden Bowseniff taking on Savannah Condello. Jaden in the airflow lane, dialed in with a 12.28. Savannah dialed in with a 8.14 in the rocket lane. So we'll have to wait over 4 seconds on that start line. Jaden will be somewhere between the start line and the 330 foot mark.
Big hole shot advantage for Savannah. Running the car out the back door too. 8-1-8 with a 6 for Savannah to take the win. Left with an 0.56 light. And that concludes round number 3 of the A-Civil Junior titles here at Sydney Dragway. We'll be back with you very shortly with the next round of competition.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting very close to the business end of the A-Civil 2024 Junior Titles here at Sydney Dragway. We're at the semi-finals of the Dragsters. The bikes have run their 3-round Chicago shootout. It's just a matter of the final for those competitors. On the start line now, our first pair of semi-finalists is Jeffrey McNiff in the aeroflow lane. He's dialed in with an 860. McNiff taking on Tegan Smith in the rocket lane. Smith dialed in with an 810, so half a second head start going to the aeroflow lane. This is for a shot in the final. Both races into full stage. McNiff throws the red light by 0.02 of a second. 002 red. And Smith will be one of your finalists with an 812 on an 810 dial in. 79 miles an hour. The other finalists will either be Savannah Condello in the aeroflow lane, who's dialed in with an 814, or Alex Rafalo in the rocket lane, who's dialed in with an 807. This start line will be very similar. An 814 to an 807. Only 5,000ths in the reaction time. Condello with the slightest of advantages. And Rafalo takes it. He'll be in the final with an 813. With a 9 on his 807 to take on Tegan Smith. Margin of victory there, 63/10,000ths of a second. Absolutely nothing in it across the finish line. Let's see our bike finalists into staging lanes. And we just need Tegan and Alex to come back around. They'll be racing for the trophy in the Eliminations category here tonight.
Alrighty, a junior drag bike final. We've got Adam Jordan in the airflow lane, running for managed fuel delivery systems. 9:10 the dial in for Adam, taking on Anastasia Lucky in the rocket lane. Lucky with a big advantage off the start line. And it takes the win, 11.90 with a 6 at 55 mile an hour. Got there by 700ths of a second, so not a big margin across the finish line. Congratulations to both those races. They've been putting on a good show all day today. Jordan went through for the runner-up spot with a 9.19 with a 3 on his 9.10. All right, the junior dragster final. Tegan Smith in the aeroflow lane. Dialed in with a 810. Running for Liquid Clothing, JM Auto Repairs, Lucas Oils and APM in beside. In the rocket lane, we have Alex Rafalo. Dialed in with an 807. For Sydney Waterscapes, absolutely nothing in this one off the start line, off the dial-ins. This pair will be side by side the whole way down the racetrack. Oh, 1.9 light there for Tegan to a 1.36 for Rafalo. And Rafalo drives around, goes 8.107, 78 mile an hour through the finish line. And an 8.35 with a 1 at 78 mile an hour for Tegan Smith for the runner-up spot. Congratulations to all of our racers here today. You've put on a really good show. I hope you had a fantastic day. Done plenty of passes. And of course, made some memories. On behalf of all of our track officials here at Sydney Dragway, I'd like to say thank you for all your efforts out in the heat today. Thanks to all of our sponsors, SCF Race Cars, Simpson Safety Products, and of course, A Civil. Your support has been absolutely fantastic here for this event. And I look forward to the trophy presentations in not too long a time this evening down near the scrutineering shed, I'm guessing. And on behalf of Sydney Dragway, we'd like to thank you all for coming along. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope all of our viewers on the stream have enjoyed the action here today at Sydney Dragway. Keep your eyes on the track's website, www.sydneydragway.com.au, for all the latest news and events. Of course, tomorrow is one of our test and tune, starting from 2 p.m. And of course, next weekend, the Australian Nationals, the Australia Day weekend, 26th and 27th of January. Jump online, grab your tickets for that event. It should be an absolute cracker. Anyway, my name is Steve Bush. Thank you very much for joining us. Wish you all a good night.